made it close last night. They lost 7-5 in the opener of this 3-game series. The starting lineup is brought to you by Quaker State, real, durable oil. When you look down in the lineup, you don't have to look any further than that cleanup spot. Evan Longoria is on a career-high 14-game hit streak, hitting nearly 400 during that stretch. 3 homers and 14 RBIs, and the Rays have won 9 of their last 12. Down in the bottom a little further, Kelly Johnson is in left field, and against the Blue Jays, his former team, he's had a good run. A home run and 3 RBIs and a .438 average so far, and they are set to take on the veteran Ramon Ortiz.
Makes his 3rd start of the season. He's pitched really well at his first 2 starts, allowing single runs in each game. Pitched 7 very strong innings last time out. That was against the San Francisco Giants, and won for the first time as a starter since 2007. When he was with the Minnesota Twins. So a good start for Ortiz this season.
His first start was in Boston against the Red Sox, and unfortunately he ran up against a red-hot John Lester, who shut out the Blue Jays on 1 hit. So we are set. Desmond Jennings step in. Here's the first pitch of the ball game. A breaking ball misses outside. We are underway. Jennings has hit in 13 of his last 14 games, but he's still not hit full stride according to his manager. Breaking ball, it's a ball on the strike.
Had a good at bat against Casey Janssen last night in that 9th inning when the Rays were making their comeback. Maybe that'll kickstart him into something special.
He's always hit well against the Blue Jays. There's no question about that. He had his first big league hit right here a couple of years ago against Toronto. There are his numbers for his career.
360 in this ballpark with some power.
2 balls and 2 strikes. This is the key to Ortiz's success in my mind, keeping this guy off the bases. He's a great table setter for Joyce, Zobrist, and Longoria. That ball is high and deep to left. Melky Cabrera back near the warning track, shuffling back, and makes the catch in front of the scoreboard. 1 down. The Blue Jays have committed 25 errors this season. Cabrera, Rasmussen, and Bautista continue to play every day in the outfield. Brett Laurie and Munenori Kawasaki on the left side. Emilio Bonifacio is taken over every day at second. Edwin Encarnacion's at first, and JP Arancibia back behind the plate. Blanco was there for Dickey yesterday.
And the guy who has played a pretty good center field and made another nice catch in last night's game, Colby Rasmus, I think has done a whale of a job in center field this year. It's only made 1 error.
Matt Joyce goes after the first pitch and cuts right through it. Joyce had 3 walks yesterday. That's a career high for him in a single game. He had a 5 RBI game Saturday against the Orioles in Baltimore, and he's quickly behind 0-2.
Don't change anything right there. You've thrown him a couple of sliders, and he hasn't even come close to hitting it. Do it again.
Off the plate outside. Ortiz, as you can see, not overpowering with the fastball, but as he said after his last start, he's got tremendous confidence in all of his pitches right now. It's tapped foul. You saw his career numbers against Tampa Bay, 6-2 for his career. But when he last pitched against this ball club, they were the Devil Rays, 2007. So the cast has changed dramatically. He's going to face guys that he's not pitched much against. There are only 3 guys in this lineup that have faced him before: James Loney, Luke Scott, and Kelly Johnson. National League
guys. A couple of those guys. You mentioned his types of pitches. It's basically a sinker, slider, and a little bit of a changeup. And he will not give in to that batter. If it takes 5 sliders to get the guy out, he'll just keep pumping sliders in there.
And off the end of the bat, that's a little looper in shallow right. It's going to drop in front of Bautista, and Joyce is aboard.
Blue Jays on Sportsnet. Brought to you by Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice. And by the 2013 Honda CR-V, an IIHS top safety pick. Honda is the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Glenn Zobrist, the second baseman, stands in with Matt Joyce at first. There's a first pitch strike. Zobrist, a terrific player, guy that can play all over the diamond. He starts in right, starts in second most of the time. He's played some shortstop this year.
He was their shortstop second half of last season when they made a bid to get into those playoffs.
This should be two. Bonifacio Kawasaki back to first. It is a double play. Something the Blue Jays haven't been real proficient at. They make that one look easy. 4-6-3 double play. Gets Ortiz through the first, and he loves it. It's brought to you by Quaker State, real, durable oil. Blue Jays won last night 7-5, and John Gibbons has used this top of the order very effectively. And then last night, the big hit came off the bat of Edwin Encarnacion in that third spot. Edwin has done a great job. He's got a 6-game hit streak. He is 11 for his last 23 with a pair of home runs and 9 RBIs. 3 of those came on a bases-loaded double yesterday. And right behind him, the cleanup man, Adam Lynn. His last 7 games, he's hit nearly 400 with a pair of homers and 5 driven in. So they are set to take on Alex Cobb. They'll face Cobb for just the second time. We saw him last year, and he was very good.
And I think he has taken the next step as a starter. He's gotten off to a really nice start this year. He's allowed 3 runs or fewer in every start this year, but one comes in with a 289 earned run average. That is just outside the top 10 in the American League. Key for Cobb this season, the walks are down for him. Just 12 base on balls you can see, and 52 strikeouts for Alex Cobb this year.
Yeah, you talk about taking the next step, and I think you're right on the money. If you go back to last August 1st, he has 11 wins since August 1st a year ago. That's one off the major league lead. Just 19 starts for Cobb. Melky Cabrera, leadoff man for the Jays. Cabrera has done that a lot. Taking a look at the first pitch just to see what he's dealing with. Ball on the strike, looked like the same pitch.
In almost the exact same spot, but caught a ball this time. And when you were going well, you're not afraid to take some pitches. And you're seeing the ball, and Melky is certainly seeing the ball.
Alex Cobb is a pitcher that has a very simple approach. He doesn't have a whole lot of pitches, but I think what I like about him is the way he pounds the strike zone, and you look how he has fared against the AL East.
Pretty good in 12 starts, ERA just over 2. And you're right, it's a simple approach at the plate. It's a fastball, curveball, changeup repertoire that he will throw. And there it is.
That's a great changeup. We talk about the ability to get swings and misses on that, and Melky was out in front. That ball really had a lot of late dive to it.
It almost looks like a split finger fastball, the way the ball goes straight down. The rotation on it, and he is staying alive right there.
He will throw that pitch with a split grip, but it is truly a changeup. Got a lot of movement as well on the changeup. The sinker is an effective pitch for him. He had an odd game not long ago, 2 starts ago against San Diego. He went just 4 2/3, but struck out 13. Incredible start, and I talked to Jim Hickey about that start, and he said he didn't do a thing wrong. He just got a pitch count up to where he felt like we had to make a change. Hit hard, but right to second. Zobrist has it, and Cabrera's retired. Well, anytime you talk about Tampa Bay, you can talk starting pitching, you can talk great defense. Kelly Johnson making his 21st start in left field. Desmond Jennings with great speed in center. Matt Joyce is the right fielder. On the infielder, 2-time Gold Glover Evan Longoria at third. Escobar, the former Blue Jay. Zobrist at second, and James Loney, a very good fielding first baseman, and Jose Lobaton behind the plate for a second straight game.
You know, and we talk about the fielders all the time being good guys who can make the play, fielders out there. This Tampa Bay Ray team, we can look at this guy right here. They have not made an error yet this year. Their pitching staff. Pitchers have not made an error. So on top of being good athletes out there throwing strikes, they field their position well.
Foul right back off the mask of Lobaton. Lobaton is doing a majority of the work now. Jose Molina, the other catcher's got a bit of a hamstring problem. He is active, but I'm going to use Lobaton for a few days.
There was a ball just like that off of Jose Molina down in Tampa. If you remember, Buck, he wears that hockey-style mask, and it really shook him up.
Stayed in the game for a while, but he eventually had to leave. He just wasn't feeling right. Probably because his eyes were crossed.
That's why those old-time masks, sometimes it's better not to change. That wire cage, that'll take care of that foul ball.
Ball on a strike to Bautista. Curveball hit hard, but Escobar was playing in the hole. 2 ground ball outs for Cobb, and that's what you're going to get with Alec Cobb. Strikeouts and ground ball outs.
Yeah, if he is on, that's what you're going to get. Ranks third in the American League at 67% this season of balls that are on the ground. Lots of ground ball outs. He's got good depth on his curveball, and he's got a great changeup, and that really drives the ball to the lower part of the strike zone.
So that'll bring Encarnacion to the plate with 2 outs. Edwin had a big hit of the game yesterday. Bases clearing double in the 7th. He broke the game wide open. It was a 3-3 game until he delivered that 3-run double.
Huge hit for Encarnacion, and he's been doing it for the last couple of years.
Ball on the strike. Encarnacion now with 34 ribbies. Last 6 games have been very productive. We talk about swing and a miss stuff, and when you look at it, there's not a big number on the radar screen. Why is he so effective?
Because he's got great movement, I think, on his off-speed stuff. The curve and the changeup. Doesn't get that ball up, doesn't give up a lot of home runs. But his stuff, from his arm speed and the way he throws it, that's swing and miss. It's the changeup and the curveball.
That's changeup at 87. It's hard. It's got late movement. A little bit like Felix Hernandez when you really think about it.
Yeah.
Hernandez has a hard changeup as well.
It looks like a splitter.
2-2 pitch. C.B. Buckner's had no swing. He is down at first base tonight. That's a full count now.
And you know the thing about pitchers who have a good changeup, they're not afraid to throw it. We'll see another one tomorrow night, and Jeremy Hellickson will throw a lot of changeups, but Cobb throws his a little bit harder. Yep, comes right back 3-2.
Yeah, they use their changeup like a lot of pitchers use their fastball. It's a pitch to get him out of jams. It's a pitch to get him ahead, especially against an aggressive team like this. Hellickson on the left, Odorizzi on the right, and Jake Odorizzi pitched a good game here in the opener. His first start of the season. field. That's going to get down and go to the wall. Luke Scott plays it well. He gets it back in. It's on line and in time at second base. Kelly Johnson made a terrific throw, his 5th assist of the season. A one-hop strike to second, and he's played well against his former team already this season. Good gamble by Encarnacion. Kelly Johnson, a one-hop strike to Zobrist, who swipes the tag at Encarnacion.
Joe Maddon's team this year. He leads the team in outfield assists, and we'll show you why. Edwin Encarnacion smokes this ball to left field. Johnson plays it perfectly. Watch him gather himself, and he knows if he can get that ball on one hop, he's got a chance of getting Encarnacion. Edwin not taking anything for granted, busted it out of the box, but a great play by Johnson to cut him down. Watch Edwin come out of there. He hits this ball hard, and he knows he's got to hustle to get to second base because the ball's going to get to the outfielder so quickly, because he hit it so hard. It's a great play all the way around.
It's a good time to gamble. Try to stretch it two with 2 outs, but Kelly Johnson threw a strike, his 5th outfield assist. Evan Longoria, whatever Blue Jays are doing, they're going to have to try something different. He is wearing them out this year, hitting over 500 against the Jays, 333 against the rest of the league. Takes a strike. It's 3-1.
In production also against the Blue Jays. 10 RBIs versus the Jays this year.
There's another hit. 12 hits now for Longoria. He hits it just inside the bag down the left field line, and he'll jog into second with the double. Longoria's 6th double against the Jays is a leadoff double here in the second.
And a couple of home runs. And what's impressive about this, watch how he keeps this ball fair. It's a breaking ball that's hanging over the middle of the plate, and he is able to go through that baseball instead of around the ball. And when the barrel goes around the ball, you hook that ball foul. He is able to stay inside that one and keep it fair for another extra base hit.
And he extends his hit streak to 15 straight in his first at bat. He gets that out of the way. And now you're dealing with one of the best hitters on the road in James Loney. He's hit .394 this season away from St. Petersburg. And he goes after the first pitch and winds it into the seats.
Heads up down there. You know Loney's trying to pull the ball. After a leadoff double, trying to get that runner at least over to third base for his teammate Luke Scott. So it's got to be fastball away. Keep that ball away from Loney so he can't pull it.
Good job by Ortiz as he gets it off the plate inside. The only place Loney can hit that pitch is into the seats. There are the numbers with runners in scoring position for Loney. He's been a terrific pickup for Tampa Bay. You look around the American League and everybody – talks about, well, he doesn't hit any home runs. I don't care. He puts the ball in play, and 2 of 3 home runs. 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 He always gives you a good at bat.
You know, and he and Longoria back to back, hitting over 330. That's a tough out. Forget about the power. How about the on base and the batting average and the production from those two?
Plus, they don't strike out. They keep the line moving. You don't have any big gaps in your lineup. You just keep turning the lineup over, hitter after hitter. 1-2. Another foul up the first base side. After a couple of foul balls like that, what might Ortiz be thinking about as far as trying to end this at bat?
I think the next best thing, and you probably are thinking the same way, elevate a fastball, maybe stay away, up and away after all those types of breaking balls like that that are coming in towards Loney. Maybe pound them away up.
Just wonder if Ortiz has enough fastball to get that done. See where they've pitched him, everything is down and in, so he's able to get the head of that bat to it. Now you're right, I agree with you. If you could elevate something up out over the plate with enough on it, you might get a fly ball.
You know, and I think him not throwing that hard will entice him to swing.
Pulls it on the right side, and Encarnacion with a nice backhanded play. Ortiz does a good job to take the low throw. He kind of jammed his knee into the dirt as he had to go down and scoop that ball, and you can feel the effects of hitting that ground hard on that left knee.
Edwin has done a good job over at first base. Backhands it and then throws it down. Watch the knee. That left knee as he got over there. Pitcher's got to get over there on any ball to the right side. Encarnacion throws a little bit behind him. And you're right, I think that knee jammed right into the turf. There.
Well, he really hit hard on that knee and slammed into the dirt. But boy, you could see his determination. He caught that ball with both hands, and the first thing he did was look at third base to see where Longoria was. So the Rays have the first scoring opportunity here with Longoria at third. Luke Scott at the plate. Scott's average at 300. He is just now getting back into the swing of things after coming back from shoulder surgery, and the strength is returning in that right shoulder.
You know, he does a good job, Luke Scott, of thinking middle of the diamond right here. Runner at third base, less than 2 outs. They're in that exaggerated pull position. Take the barrel right back through the middle and extend. Kawasaki playing right behind Ortiz at second base.
Off the end of the bat, squibbed to third. This is trouble. Laurie, what a play. Laurie made a terrific play to retire Scott at first, and he was shaded off the line. He had a long run. Longoria comes in to score. Scott picks up the RBI, his 13th, and he is retired on a terrific defensive play by Laurie.
Every night he shows us his athleticism, and just look at the angle that he has to take on that ball. He is actually going away from first base and is able to snap throw that ball from down under accurately over to first base to record the out. A lot of times third basemen will come in and they'll round into that ball and they'll clear their shoulders and give them a chance to throw that ball with a little bit more ease to first base. But with that lefty, he had to cut it off. What a play.
Kelly Johnson, the former Blue Jay, has already earned a star in the scorebook tonight with a good throw. This has squibbed up the first baseline, and that'll go into foul ground. Johnson's got 16 RBIs in the month of May. That's just 3 off his career high for a single month. He drove in 19 back in September of 2008 with the Atlanta Braves.
Such a streaky hitter, and he's in one of those streaks right now.
He drives this high and deep to center. Rasmus back on the track at the wall. Home run, Kelly Johnson. Kelly Johnson goes straight away center field and hits his second home run of the season against the Jays. That's his 8th overall. and he's given Tampa Bay a 2-0 lead.
We saw this power last year. Teams were jamming him with fastballs up. This is a breaking ball out over the plate, and if you let him extend his arms and get that barrel out in front, he's got plenty of power. That time over 400 to center field.
Catcher Jose Lobaton, a switch hitter. Luke Scott.
Teams really jammed him up, really kept the ball in on his hands last year. Johnson can't let him extend.
Yeah, Ortiz turned to Aaron Sebe after the home run and acknowledged, hey, I made a mistake there. That's interesting. And like I say, he's a veteran. He's been around forever. But obviously, he missed his spot and wanted Aaron Sebe to know, hey, that's not on you, that's on me. Two and two outs. Tampa Bay has taken a 2-0 lead here in the second. And wouldn't you know it, Evan Longoria got things started
with another extra base hit. Blue Jays are going to have to change up their approach to Longoria.
He's taken his game to another level. And there's a walk. Lobaton takes a walk with 2 outs. So John Gibbons had seen Ramon Ortiz pitch very well last time out against the Giants, although Ortiz was staked to an early lead. Blue Jays scored 5 runs in the bottom of the first after Ortiz had given up a solo run in the top half of the inning.
But he gave him 7 innings and fewer hits than innings pitched, which is a great barometer of a type of outing.
Escobar takes the first pitch strike. You could hear the crowd booing Escobar as he made his way to the plate. He had a 2-run home run in the 9th, and then made some sort of gesture across home plate. It didn't set well with his manager, Joe Maddon. Apparently, they had that conversation.
Looked like he was trying to go deep again. That's one thing about Yunel. He's not going to get cheated whenever he is up there.
Escobar behind Ortiz, 0-2.
Two-strike pitch from Casey Janssen yesterday. And Escobar lines it into the bullpen in left field, and this is what he did when he came around right there. That, I think, was directed to the fans who were getting on him all afternoon. And Joe Maddon said, well, we'll talk about it today. Pretty much can guarantee you won't see that again.
Escobar strikes out. That ends the inning, but Tampa Bay has taken a 2-0 lead. Luke Scott with an RBI on a ground out, and then Kelly Johnson, his 8th home run, goes to straightaway center. 2-0 Rays.
Blue Jays on Sportsnet. Brought to you by the 2013 Honda CR-V, an IIHS top safety pick. Honda is the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Welcome to Rogers Center. Indoor baseball tonight. It is 21 degrees in Toronto with thunderstorms in the area, so the roof is closed. Second of 3 against Tampa Bay. Blue Jays won last night 7-5 behind R.A. Dickey, who improved to 4-5 on the season. So Blue Jays got some work to do. They trail 2-0. It'll be Lind, Arencibi, and Laurie against Alex Cobb. Well, if you're thinking that you might get a couple of home runs and get back in the game, think again. Cobb keeps the ball in the ballpark. He's allowed only 21 home runs in 242 career innings.
That is a byproduct of keeping the ball down and out of the middle of the plate. He gets that great run on his fastball and his breaking ball. Would you rather have the ability to throw the ball 96 miles an hour or control something that moves? This guy controls something that moves.
That ball is drilled to center field. Desmond Jennings, what a catch, running away from the infield. He was shaded over slightly in left center. He had a long run. He's got great acceleration, and he ran that down.
For years, they have had great center fielders for the Tampa Bay Rays. You can see where Jennings is shading him a little bit the other way, so he's got a long way to go. He turned and ran immediately to the wall, knowing exactly where that ball was going to land off the bat of Adam Lind, but Tampa Bay has had some great center fielders over the years.
Jennings was one of the best wide receivers in junior college football in the United States, and right there showed you his background as a wide receiver. Hauled that one in. J.P. Arencibi in the 5th spot tonight, takes a first pitch strike. It's hard but foul down the left side.
You know, it's an interesting matchup tonight, the Blue Jays versus Cobb, because the Jays, they like to swing from their heels and try and hit home runs, and that's something that Cobb doesn't give them up a lot of times. They might have to change their sights a little bit.
Tried to elevate that pitch to get Arencibi to chase, but that's not his game plan. You're going to do it just very occasionally.
I think that was to set up a breaking ball.
Threw the changeup after that high fastball. Cobb is a former 4th round pick. And everybody talks about, well, Tampa Bay, they've always got those top picks, but he's a 4th round pick. 2006 draft. It was a slow process for him to develop through the minor leagues, and he wasn't one of those guys that was really high on their radar all the time.
Because he didn't light up the radar. But there's more to pitching than that.
Arencibi strikes out. 2 outs here in the 2nd. Fans, it's time now for our BlackBerry Sneak Peek Stat of the Game, brought to you by the new BlackBerry Z10 and Q10, built to keep you moving.
And the longer that Alex Cobb is in the big leagues, the lower his fastball is going. 34% of the time he has hit the bottom part of the strike zone, and each year it's improving and doing better, and his ground ball rate on fastballs has gone up every year also. So there is a correlation from keeping the ball down, keeping it in the yard, and winning ball games.
Brett Laurie, average under 200. Laurie, a little bit of a tough stretch. He had an RBI triple in the 1st in yesterday's game, and then finished up the night 1 for 4. Dale Scott's not in love with that high pitch.
The high strike is not there tonight. That's about 3 or 4 times that we have seen on pitch tracks that ball in the high part of the strike zone.
Another pitch upstairs, and tell you what, we've seen Jose Lobaton a couple of times this year, twice in the last 2 games, but he is starting to get it behind the plate. He's a guy that has a good mentor in Jose Molina. Lobaton's done a good job of mixing up pitches and, more than anything, receiving the ball. Looks like he's a little more aware of how he presents the glove and how he receives it.
Just like Molina, not a lot of movement behind the plate. You know who Alex Cobb is? Alex Cobb is James Shields. Watching him now these first 2 innings, this is James Shields. Fastball, good changeup, hard breaking ball, just like Shields.
Well, Shields was the lead dog of this team for a number of years, and you talked about the fielding, how they put so much time and effort into their fielding. He was the first to lead the conditioning. He was the first to lead the side work, to lead PFP. He set the tone for this pitching staff. He has since departed. He went to Kansas City with the Royals in that trade.
And they followed, and now they're leading. They've got a stable of young pitchers. And the next ones come up and they learn from the veterans, and then they pass it on to the next generation.
Roberto Hernandez on the left, Matt Moore on the right. Moore is 8-0, off to a great start this season. Hernandez came over here after coming up with the Cleveland Indians. Laurie is battling tough against Cobb. But you saw Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, and he's responsible, in my estimation, for a lot of the success. Yeah, you got to have guys to work with, but he's given them a great philosophy. Use your fastball and change speeds. Another tough pitch right in on the hands of Laurie.
Fastball fouled off about 93 miles an hour. And these guys work hard too, these pitchers for the Rays.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the second. It's a 2-0 Rays lead. There's the curveball, and Laurie hits it towards second. Zobrist unloads in a hurry, and Cobb retires the Blue Jays in order in the second. We'll head to the third. Tampa Bay has a 2-0 lead. Canada. By supporting the Jays Care Grow the Game drive. For a minimum $20 donation, you'll receive a Blue Jays commemorative pin. donate until May 25th at bluejays.com/JaysCare. The Toronto Blue Jays are proud supporters of amateur baseball across Canada. Top of the third, Desmond Jennings gives it a ride deep to left center, and this ball is gone. Desmond Jennings, we mentioned how he likes hitting in this ballpark. That's the second home run allowed by Ramon Ortiz. And for Jennings, that's his 6th career home run here at Rogers Center.
In just his 60th at bat here at Rogers Center. Fastball from Ortiz, and Jennings was waiting for that one. He was guessing first ball, fastball. He wanted the ball down and away, and Jennings jumped all over it.
Jennings is now 10 for 20 on first pitches. He is a dead red first ball fastball hitter, and Matt Joyce goes after the first pitch. Laurie will give it a look, but it's well beyond his reach.
You know, there's nothing wrong with that. You just have to hit your spots, and you see J.P. Arencibia had set up down and away, and Ramon Ortiz missed his spot. Do that to good hitters, they're going to make you pay.
Jennings has always been a very aggressive hitter. There's a good slider that Joyce swings right over the top of. This is a different offense than you might be used to when you watch the Rays. They don't strike out as much, but they haven't lost any of their power. And coming into this game, this is one of the hottest teams in baseball. They're 18-11 since April 19th.
Well, they're combining that great pitching that they have with a very good offense, and they're hitting way more home runs.
Matt Joyce is 2 for 2 already.
47 home runs now in their last 34 games. This was a team that didn't hit that type of home run power the last few years.
Well, there's a breaking ball that stayed right out over the heart of the plate with 2 strikes. And you see what Joe Maddon's Rays have done. The hitters have turned things around since the 7th of May. They've hit .283 as a team and scored over 6 runs a game.
Combine that with that good pitching, you're going to have a good record. 9-3 since that.
There goes Joyce. Zobrist playing hit and run and fouls it off the Blue Jays dugout. Joe Maddon will not let his team sit back. He understands you play in the American League East, you better add on runs early in the game. Their bullpen has not been as shut down as it has been recently, so he knows this. Just keep plugging away, boys.
Almost 2 runs a game more this year that they're giving in from their bullpen. They were outstanding last year.
Well, the Blue Jays, they came back from a 7-0 deficit against Tampa Bay down in St. Pete. So Joe Maddon is not going to call off the Dogs early on. They got off to a slow start, but they have turned it up a notch. Then Zobrist a little bit confused about that last strike call.
First one was a hit and run, so he had to swing it at it, and it was off the plate. And you can see on pitch tracks, it looked like that one was a little bit further off the plate. Still called a strike.
0-2. Laurie at third, second quickly. Bonifacio to first, not in time. Another double play opportunity goes by the wayside for the Jays, and that has really been a problem for them this season. They have not been able to turn double plays.
This is a chance because Laurie is playing in. It gets to him quickly, and they have a chance to turn it. If the return throw from Bonifacio is on a fly, they have a shot. But you can see Boney saying that's my fault. He just wasn't able to get that ball on a fly to Encarnacion.
Aaron Loup is loosening up in the Blue Jays bullpen. Blue Jays, their double play rate is down dramatically from a year ago. Through the first 44 games of the season, the Blue Jays last year turned 54 double plays. This year, just 31. That's a difference of 23 double plays they've not been able to turn.
Highest in baseball. Ahead of the Royals, the Rays, and the Red Sox. That double play that hasn't been turned. And that adds a few more pitches to the starter. Makes him work just a little bit harder.
Bonifacio has been working long and hard along with his Sturis. With the infield coach Louis Rivera. They had Roberto Alomar out here last homestand. Just trying to refine that pivot at second base. Evan Longoria. He is behind 0-2. Longoria doubled to extend his hit streak to 15 straight. That's his career high in hit streaks.
It ties for the second longest current streak in the big leagues. Only Marco Scutaro, who has hit in 18 straight, has a higher one.
Scutaro extended his hit streak in his final at bat here last time the Blue Jays saw him with a single to right. He was 0 for 3 until he got that soft single to right. Obviously, they're trying to work Longoria away. He hooked his double just inside the bag at third the first time up.
Yeah, it didn't work first time up. Now let's see if he can keep that ball away. Keep it away and keep it down. Make him reach for the ball.
Missed outside. It's 2-2. Longoria is kind of unusual in that he wasn't your prototypical #1 pick. He didn't make a lot of all-star teams as a kid. He didn't get drafted out of high school. Went to a junior college for 1 year in California before he transferred to Long Beach State. Just stays back and strokes this ball into center field. Zobrist goes first to third easily, and already Longoria's 2 for 2 tonight. Boy, he hits like he knows what's coming.
Well, he has such an easy approach at the plate, and he's got plate coverage. Slider down and away. It's a good 2-strike approach. He didn't move that front foot. Look at this, flat-footed. He hits this ball and still pokes it into the outfield. He is just red hot right now.
So Tampa Bay already with a pair of home runs. They've got 6 hits off Ramon Ortiz. He'll hand the ball over to the skipper. Not exactly what he had in mind tonight. Aaron Luke will enter the ball game. James Loney, the hitter, when we come back. Thursday, May 23rd, the Blue Jays will take on the Baltimore Orioles. The game starts at 7:07 p.m. Ticket price includes a hot dog, nachos, popcorn, peanuts, an apple, chips, and a soft drink. All this for only $39. Call the Blue Jays at 416-341-1234 for tickets. Log on to BlueJays.com to order your Grand Slam combo tickets, or you can always stop by most Rogers Plus locations. Thursday. Blue Jays and Orioles hook up. First of 4. James Loney.
Aaron Loup now into the ball game for the 18th time this year. He's got a losing record at 1-3 to a very good earned run average at 286. His career high in innings is 3 innings established this year in Kansas City. That might be something they are looking at tonight. He has been a very good multiple inning pitcher for the Jays this year.
Loney taps it up the first baseline. That'll dribble into foul territory. Loney, we mentioned his .348 average to start the season. He's hit .424 against lefty pitching. So you might want to use the reverse strategy with Loney, and instead of bringing in a lefty, just cross him up and bring in a right-hander.
Just look for that ground ball, whatever you need. Not Ramon's night tonight. Just 2 1/3 innings and 6 hits.
Disappointing start for him, to be sure. Now he's looking to Aaron Loup to save his runs. Right in on the hands of Loney. He's going to need a new bat. Loup can do that to lefty hitters. He's got such a difficult delivery.
Runs that fastball. It's 91. Right in the hands on Loney. Watch how he ties him up. Jams him. Unfortunately, that ball could not stay fair. But he can run that fastball in from that high 3/4 arm slot. Or he could go for the strikeout with that sweeping breaking ball.
Bouncing ball, Encarnacion's going to come home, and Arencibia puts the tag on Zobrist. What a good play. Edwin Encarnacion taking the short hop. He knew the only chance he had was to cut down the runner at the plate, and he did it.
No chance of turning 2 on that ball. Edwin Encarnacion looks so much more comfortable at first base. Watch how he charges this one and knows how to play it right off the carpet. Just comes in, scoops it, and in one motion is able to get that ball towards home plate to get the out. That is an in-between hop handled perfectly by Encarnacion.
Arencibia does a terrific job of cutting off the path to the plate, and Zobrist had nowhere to go, and the Blue Jays cut down the runner at the plate. Longoria's at second, now Loney's at first. Luke Scott takes the first pitch strike. Loup has done a decent job of stranding inherited runners. This ball is looped into center. That's going to get down in front of Rasmus, and Longoria scores easily, running with 2 outs, and Scott picks up his second RBI of the night.
Scott up over 300 in the month of May. Also hitting .375 with runners in scoring position. Cut it down. Cut down that swing against a tough left-hander and just try and get that ball to the outfield. That's exactly what Scott does, and he will pick up the inning's second run as Longoria runs on it on the swing. That's a good RBI, man, when you could change your swing a little bit like that against a tough left-hander.
Now Kelly Johnson against Loup. Johnson has homered already this evening. Straightaway center field, his 8th of the season. Loup's ahead 0-2. Aaron Loup on in relief of Ramon Ortiz. Ortiz had a tough night. Gave up a couple of home runs. Kelly Johnson and Desmond Jennings.
Longoria scoring. Closes the books on Ortiz tonight. 4 runs.
Longoria is 2 for 2. Desmond Jennings hit his 5th home run. of the season to start this inning. Kelly Johnson strikes out. That ends the inning. But Tampa Bay has scored 2 more runs. Ramon Ortiz out of the ball game. He is charged with all 4 runs. This is the second home run Ortiz allowed tonight. Desmond Jennings, a leadoff homer in the 3rd. On the march to another cup, bet on it. Subscribe today at sportsnet.ca/magazine. Great hockey action going on with the NHL playoffs. Look around and there's some terrific matches going on, and a great matchup between Detroit and Chicago.
How'd that end up last night? I fell asleep.
Detroit won 3-1.
3-1. So they're up 2-1?
Yeah. Chicago, Detroit leads 2-1. Pittsburgh and Ottawa, they'll play tomorrow in Ottawa, and the Penguins have a 2-1 lead there. Later on tonight, the Kings are in San Jose. LA leads that series 2-1. So a lot of great hockey action going on. Colby Rasmus try to get something going against Alex Cobb. Cobb has allowed just the 2-out single to Edwin Encarnacion, who was thrown out trying to stretch it into 2. Not many Blue Jays have much experience against Alex Cobb. He's pitched just 1 game against the Jays. That was last August. He went 7 innings and held them just 5 hits.
That's why I think it's important that you go up there and you take a couple of pitches and you get an idea of what that ball is trying to do. Colby Rasmus down 4-0, taking all the way on that first pitch.
We mentioned Cobb had a 13 strikeout effort over 4 2/3 against San Diego back on the 10th of May. And he couldn't complete 5 innings. He had thrown 117 pitches in that outing. But he had an odd inning in which he struck out 4 batters in 1 inning. There's another changeup beat on the ground. Loney gives Cobb a good feed, and Rasmus is retired. Fans, if you want your baseball questions answered by our team of experts, email asktheexperts@sportsnet.ca. Keep your eye out for the home hardware Ask the Experts segment later on in the game. Speaking of experts, we'll check in with the manager, John Gibbons, after this half inning. He'll speak to us from the dugout, and we'll get the latest on what's going on down on the field. It's a opportunity we have every Tuesday night here at Rogers Center to chat with the manager from the dugout. So make sure you come back after this half inning. Second baseman Emilio Bonifacio takes the first pitch strike. Blue Jays are down by 4.
You were talking about that game where he had 13 strikeouts out of 14 batters. Some other crazy stuff were happening in that game too, wasn't it?
Yeah, he had the 4 strikeout inning and allowed a run that inning. It's interesting that the leadoff man struck out, stole second, stole third, and then Cobb committed a balk and allowed the run to score. So he had an inning with 4 strikeouts and allowed an earned run. He also had a dominant night against Chase Headley, one of the tougher hitters in the National League. There's a ground ball hit to short. Escobar with that strong arm. Plenty of time. Ramon Ortiz making his 3rd start of the season. Last just 2 1/3. He's charged with 4 runs on 6 hits. He gave up 2 home runs. Walked a batter, struck out a batter. Just 54 pitches for Ortiz, and Tampa Bay has put a 4 spot on.
That time to come back. They've done it before this year against the Rays. Now time to get their starter off the hook.
Munenori Kawasaki takes the first pitch strike. Kawasaki had an RBI triple in the 8th inning of insurance RBI. He's got 9 driven in for the season. Boy, Alex Cobb has done exactly what you want to see from your starter after being staked to a 4-0 lead. He is pounding that strike zone.
About the bottom of the lineup also, when you're up 4-0, pound it, use your fastball. Threw some to Rasmus, got ahead of Bonifacio with a fastball. Same thing with Kawasaki, just keep throwing it in there.
Tapped back to the mound. Cobb takes his time and has another quick inning. Alex Cobb has retired 9 straight. 4-0 Tampa Bay. Follow games pitch by pitch and enjoy in-game video highlights. The app is available on the iPhone, iPad, iPod Touch, Android, and BlackBerry Z10. Season-long subscription packages are available for $19.99. Visit BlueJays.com for more details. Pleased to be joined now by the manager, John Gibbons. And John, you guys got some work to do. What do you see from Alex Cobb so far in this game that's caused your hitters problems?
Well, you know, Bucky, he's pretty good. He's having a good year. I mean, he's got that explosive fastball. Really got a lot of life on it. I mean, you look at the radar gun; it plays much better than that. And he's got a nice little breaking ball. And you know, he's having a good year here. You know, we struggled early on. You know, Ramon, you know, wasn't hitting. His location was off and the ball was up, and that's why he fell behind. And you know, they were hitting him around a little bit. So we definitely have our work cut out for us. We need to hold them down right here and score some runs.
Thank you, John. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, Buck. Thank you.
Appreciate it. So, Jose Lobaton, the catcher, batting for a second time. He walked against Ortiz in the second. But you could hear John Gibbons tell you that you got to be a little more patient with Cobb because he's going to throw enough strikes, but I'm trying to get something up out over the plate that you can hit. A little bit stingy to this point.
Yeah, doesn't walk yet, doesn't give up home runs. You got to really manufacture some innings against Alex Cobb. Really put some good ABs together.
Aaron Loop came into the ball game and gave up a fielder's choice, an RBI single to Loop Scott, and then struck out Kelly Johnson to end the inning.
Well, first and foremost, where the Blue Jays are sitting, they need some shutdown innings right now out of that bullpen.
Breaking ball pulled to third. Laurie to Encarnacion. 1 out. Yeah, you're right. You just need to stop Tampa Bay right here. Put up a quick inning, throw a 0 up on the board, and get your hitters up to the plate.
That is what happened down in Tampa at Tropicana Field when Mark Buehrle fell behind 7-0. He went out there and started throwing up zeros. The bullpen followed suit, and they were able to come back and win that game.
Yeah, Buehrle really did a turnaround in that ball game after giving him 7 runs in the 3rd inning. He had 3 scoreless innings, and the hitters got back in the game, and they eventually won it. Yunel Escobar with a big swing. He struck out his first time up. Mark Buehrle will go to the mound tomorrow. He'll be opposed by Jeremy Hellickson. Buehrle's actually thrown the ball a lot better than his numbers might suggest, especially going back to that Tampa game, and then he backed it up in Boston and threw the ball well in New York.
Yep. Starting to look like the Mark Buehrle that everybody was hoping they would get when they got that trade with the Marlins finalized.
He's going to be reluctant to hand the ball over to the manager when they take him out of a game, because the bullpen has not saved him any runs. He has had runs scored after he has left the ball game. But you never hear a peep from Mark Buehrle.
No.
Takes the ball, goes to the mound, does his job. When he's done, he walks off the mound.
And then does it 5 days later.
Yeah, he's a real pro. There's no question about that. And obviously, he's not been pleased with the start he's had, but there are signs that he is turning things around. Yunel Escobar with a 3-1 count. Bet you he swings.
Yeah, be careful here. He's going to come out of his shoes.
Bonifacio throws him out. Tampa Bay, one of the best offensive clubs in the majors. In their last 31 games, they've scored 176 runs before tonight. You see the runs in May, 114 runs this month. Cleveland's had a potent offense, and you know what the Tigers can do. The Blue Jays are 12th, scoring just 80 runs so far this month.
Combine that with some good pitching, and you're going to put yourself in a position to win some ball games.
Tell you what, you'd have lost a lot of money if you'd have made the bet. Hey, I bet you Tampa Bay outscores the Tigers in May. Huh?
I think I would have made a lot of money if I said Cleveland would outscore Detroit in the month of May.
Terry Francona's done a terrific job turning around the culture in Cleveland. Desmond Jennings, high fly ball down the right side. Bautista giving chase. He gets a piece of it, but it's off his glove into the seats. He got over there, and there's not much room once you get past the foul line, and he hit up against that wall, and the glove went right off the end of his glove.
Yeah, there's maybe a couple of feet that you have to deal with that padded wall down the right field line, and Jose to the glove side has a bead on it, and it goes right off of his glove. You can see how upset he is with himself. He knows he should have made that play.
He got to it in pretty good shape, and he really kind of anticipated he would catch it. Just went off the end of his glove.
Ball off the bat of a right-handed batter is going to fade away from the foul line and towards the seats.
Desmond Jennings with his 5th home run of the season back in the 3rd inning. He had a first pitch fastball from Ramon Ortiz. Full count. Blue Jays need the battle. They have not played well against Tampa Bay. Fouled off the glove of Aaron Sebia. This Tampa Bay team, I don't think gets the credit they deserve for the consistency they've had. When you go back to the 2008 season, the start of the 2008 season, Tampa Bay has the third best record in baseball. The Yankees, the Philadelphia Phillies, then Tampa Bay had 481 wins since the start of 2008.
Built the last. That's what they have done in Tampa. They have built a very good farm system, and they develop players, and when they're ready, Joe Madden takes them and molds winners out of them.
Jennings strikes out. Aaron Luke gets that 0 up on the board. He sets down a Rays in order. Blue Jays got a mounted attack against Alex Cobb. Top of the order, Cabrera, Bautista, Encarnacion, who has the only hit against Cobb. Desmond Jennings with a home run to start the third inning for the Tampa Bay Rays, to back-to-back 2-run innings. They have a 4-0 lead as we're set for play in the bottom of the fourth. Top of the order, Cabrera, Bautista, Encarnacion. This has been a potent part of the Blue Jays lineup.
Good place to get it started right here at the top of the lineup. We'll watch now the second time through if Alex Cobb uses his curveball a little bit more, maybe use his fastball a little bit more. See if he changes up a little bit.
Back-to-back curveballs. It's a 1-1 count to Cabrera.
Cobb was able to come up last year after Jeff Neiman was injured right here in this ballpark. If you remember, Adam Lynn hit him with a line drive.
Melky Cabrera, bouncing ball. Big hop for Zobrist at second. 1 down.
The 2013 Honda CR-V, an IIHS top safety pick. Honda is the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Beautiful shot of downtown Toronto. CN Tower right next door to Rogers Center. Alex Cobb has 10 outs. 7 of them are on the ground. So if you think you're going to get your way back into this game on home runs, you're mistaken.
Just doesn't get the ball in the middle of the plate or up so far this year. So you're going to have to string good at bats together. Maybe work in a walk here and there, but base hits.
Well, he's thrown 8 of 11 first pitch strikes, and he has had the upper hand. And we mentioned early on that you look at this pitching staff, and Cobb might not be the first guy you think about. Obviously, David Price, but he's on the disabled list right now. Matt Moore's 8-0, so you're going to think about him. Jeremy Hellickson, he's a veteran. He won the Gold Glove last year. Jake Odorizzi made his first start. But Alex Cobb is starting to make a name for himself around the league.
Yeah, just look at the numbers that he has thrown up here. He had a win last time taken away when the bullpen blew it for him. Last year, we told you he came up after Neiman was injured, hit with a line drive by Adam Lind. He came up here, got off to a little bit of a rocky start, but then from August 1st on, he tied with Dempster and Iwakuma from Seattle with the AL lead in wins with 7. So this was it shouldn't be a surprise what he's doing in 2013, the way he ended 2012.
Bautista works him for a walk. That's the first walk of the night issued by Cobb.
And it's also the first time that he's going to be in the stretch.
Well, we mentioned the top of the order has been so good, and now Encarnacion will step in the box with Bautista at first. Encarnacion had 2 hits in 4 at-bats yesterday. Average up to .259 after a first inning single. Hits this ball to left. Kelly Johnson to his left makes the catch. Hit it hard, but Johnson was able to run it down. Kelly Johnson making his 21st start in left field. Spent a lot of time in left with the Braves early in his career.
And Joe Madden has used him at second base this year, and he's used him out in the outfield this year. Having a good season.
Joe Madden's matchup card there. He has all the numbers on his matchup card, and Dave Martinez, his bench coach, has the identical card. They're constantly comparing notes through the course of the game, and Joe will check in with Martinez to make sure he's thinking along the right lines. Adam Lind takes a first pitch strike, and Cobb continues to work ahead. Just a consistent approach of throwing strikes and changing speeds. He throws about 47% fastballs, and it's not that 98-mile-an-hour heater you always think about. It's just a well commanded fastball.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do with those first 2 pitches. Look where they are, both on the outside edge, and the other one on the outside edge, one down and away. I mean, you can't hit those. Even if you swing at him, the best you can do is maybe foul it off. So you've got to wait till he makes a mistake.
And fouls this one out of play.
And there was a mistake right there. Right in the middle. Down right where Adam Lind likes it, and he fouled it back. Now as a hitter, you got to put that one out of your mind right now. Know that you got your one pitch, you fouled it back, you got to forget about it and think about this next one. I'm surprised he hasn't thrown him a breaking ball yet. Curveball.
Got some room to work at 0-2. Bouncing ball. Loney will flip it to Cobb, covering first, and The inning is over. We'll go to the 5th. The Rays lead it 4-0. Now time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Blackberry Broadcast Studio. TD Comfort Zone, our guest that received a free seat upgrade courtesy of TD. While over in the Jays Care Community Clubhouse are folks from the Jays Care Young Professionals Committee. Welcome to Rogers Center, and we hope you're having a great time. Good opportunity to come out to the ballpark and make new friends and see a good ball game. Right now, the Blue Jays trail 4-0. New pitcher for the Jays will be Esmail Rogers, making his 21st appearance in relief of Aaron Loup.
Last worked on Friday, the first game in New York against the Yankees. Rogers came in, threw an inning, gave up a hit, had a couple of strikeouts, used his fastball really well that day. And he's got a good one. It's 95, 96 miles an hour. He needs a little bit better command with that. But he's got a good one and a good slider. Rogers, they need 2. And if they're 2 quick innings, maybe they can stretch him out to 3 as they try to put this one together here.
It'll be Matt Joyce to start things off against Rogers. First pitch breaking ball for a strike. Joyce already 2 for 2. He's boosted his average up to 254. Bouncing ball. Kawasaki near the bag at second. Rogers retires the first man he faced.
You know, that's how you use your fastball right there. Throw a breaking ball first pitch and then hammer that thing in there, and you just can't get that bat around. I like his arm.
Just has to have more consistent command of that fastball. They can throw more strikes and create a swing mentality in the hitters. Get them to start swinging. Ben Zobrist hit into a double play in the first and a fielder's choice in the third. Interesting moment in the game last night. Zobrist made a tag at second base on Henry Blanco, and they thought Blanco was out. Zobrist argued, and the manager came out. Joe Madden looked at the umpire, C.B. Buckner, at second and said, "Do you realize Ben Zobrist is arguing with you? He might be the nicest man in baseball, and he thinks you made a mistake."
And if Ben Zobrist is going to argue, you know that he was right.
And he slaps this one past Laurie into left field. He makes a big turn at first, but Melky Cabrera gets the ball back quickly. Zobrist has his first hit of the night.
Fastball beat him, and you can see they are really bunching Zobrist in the middle of the diamond. Brett Laurie way off the line at third base and down the line, and Zobrist is thinking too. Make that outfielder stop you. And that's exactly what Melky Cabrera did. Got over there, got the ball back in quickly, and held him to that single.
You could see that ball was meant to be inside, and when it was outside, Zobrist just went with it and slapped it into left. Evan Longoria makes the first pitch strike. 339 average for Longoria. 2 for 2 already tonight. Ball on the strike. Longoria now 13 for 23 for the season against the Blue Jays.
It will probably DH tomorrow's game. Joe Maddon was talking before this series that he wants to get Longoria off this carpet, maybe DH him one day, and he was thinking about maybe Wednesday. He said he's playing his best baseball that he has ever seen from Longoria right now, both offensively and defensively.
Ground ball. Kawasaki. Bonifacio back to Encarnacion. A double play. Longoria hits into the double play. That's the second one the Blue Jays have turned tonight. This time it's a 6-4-3 double play. Kawasaki to Bonifacio, who makes a good pivot at second. Around the bag.
Robbie telling him get to the bag a little bit quicker and clear those hips. Felt like the second baseman was throwing across his body a little bit. This time perfect. Open up those hips, clear them, and that'll get the ball off quicker. And Robbie saw that, and he said, that is what we were talking about.
Loviste. You see that? That's exactly what they were talking about. And boy, it doesn't hurt to have a Hall of Famer around to help you out with your fundamentals. And, you know, Bonifacio is playing much better at second.
And Louis Rivera, the infield coach, is really good about that. He's like, hey, anytime you got somebody like Robbie Alomar to help your infielders, of course I want him to come down to the field.
JP Arencibia struck out his first time up. Curveball misses, and you were right about second time through the order. You've seen more curveballs from Cobb.
Well, he throws the curveball, ranks first in the American League in frequency. He uses it a lot, and I don't remember seeing it a lot first time through.
Threw fastball changeup and had a very good changeup, but I think that's the biggest challenge for a starting pitcher, is to change what a hitter sees each time through the order. Pulled on the ground. Longoria takes his time. One down. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Chris Dickerson hit 2 home runs off Phil Hughes. Adam Jones is the DH tonight. I'm sure it's just an opportunity to get Jones off his legs a little bit. Miguel Gonzalez is back pitching tonight, just off the disabled list. They're in a tie ball game there in New York. 2-2. Yankees have 4 hits. The Orioles have 5, including 2 home runs for Chris Dickerson.
You hear Jamie talking about the Orioles losing 6 in a row. How about Jim Johnson?
3 straight blown saves.
I didn't think we'd hear that sentence this year.
You know what's really interesting about that? They're playing the Yankees. Mariano Rivera has never blown 3 straight in his career.
How about that? And he's perfect again this year.
Laurie hits it hard to center field. Desmond Jennings cruises back and makes the catch on the warning track. Jennings has great acceleration and he's getting acclimated. Desmond Jennings hasn't made an error since last July 23rd. He's only made 1 error in his big league career.
Taking over for B.J. Upton in center field. And they have been blessed with some speed and some athleticism in the outfield over the years. Carl Crawford in left field and B.J. Upton in center. Then Jennings took over for Crawford when he left, and then Jennings slid over to center when B.J. left.
It's a good progression. They have an overall plan and they have pieces in place in the minor leagues to make the next step. Jennings knew that he was going to get a chance to start in left, and when Upton left, he slides over to center. It's an organizational plan that's been very effective.
And you've got to keep that pipeline producing players if you're Tampa Bay, because once you've reached free agency, chances are you're not going to come back.
Yeah, they are so challenged economically. They have a ballpark that doesn't draw fans. They're in an area where it's always going to be a challenge, and they can't afford to keep a lot of their free agent players. Foul back by Rasmus. It's a ball and 2 strikes.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with David Price when he has a chance to become a free agent.
They have Longoria hooked up for the long haul. I think he has just signed a contract extension and take him into the 2020s. He'll be 37 years old and still be a Ray. Fouled off the umpire. Dale Scott took one in the shin guard, it looked like. Dale Scott's the crew chief of this umpiring crew, back behind the plate tonight.
Curveball. Just gets a piece of it on top, and you're right on the instep, or on the inside of the leg for Dale Scott. You know, it's not just the umpire tonight. That one grazed the hand of the catcher, Lobaton. I'll get him in the thumb.
Colby Rasmus, you can forget about this one. Second deck home run for Rasmus, his 7th of the season. And the Jays are on the board. There was a mistake that didn't get away.
Changeup has been down all night long from Alex Cobb, but that one was elevated. That one about belt high, right where Colby Rasmus likes it. Watch where it is. Right over the middle plate. See ya. Not coming back.
That is a pretty swing. Got a lot of power. His 7th home run, and Jays are on the board, and Bonifacio bunts it but foul.
Watch this swing, how compact and full extension. That one hit that scoreboard in right field. Had a good round to beat Pete today. That's a good sign. 7 home runs, 19 RBIs for Rasmus.
Bonifacio behind 0-2. Thought that ball was outside. He's told him, the umpire Dale Scott, that ball is out. 2 outs. Blue Jays have cut into the Rays' lead. It's now a 4-1 ball game. On the ground, Zobrist comes after it. And the inning is over. Jays are on the board. It's 4-1. We're headed to the 6th. And here comes the Home Hardware Cleanup Crew. Brought to you by Natura. Home Hardware's exclusive line of safe, environmentally friendly cleaning products. MasterCard Memorial Cup. Saskatoon Blades take on Seth Jones and the Portland Winterhawks tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. The Memorial Cup all knotted up at the start of play tonight. Each of the 4 teams have a 1-1 record. So make sure you catch it all tomorrow right here on Sportsnet. Saskatoon taking on Portland. James Loney, he's gone 0 for 2 so far. He had a good at bat in the second. He moved Evan Longoria from second to third with a ground ball to the first baseman. Talked to several of the Rays tonight about their team, their success, and to a man, they all pointed to the manager, Joe Maddon. He said, why is he so good? He said, he doesn't create any outside pressure. He lets you focus on the game. If you don't feel like taking batting practice, no big deal. Just get yourself ready to play the game. And most of the players told me Joe understands there's enough pressure out on the field. You don't need pressure in the clubhouse or in the dugout. Line drive to left. That's going to get down in front of Cabrera. And Loney has his first hit. Nobody out. Let's check in quickly with Jamie Campbell. Miguel Cabrera is having some season, and we thought it would be tough for him to top last year. Miguel Cabrera is hitting .299 with 2 strikes. That's ridiculous.
Doesn't sound like much, does it?
Yeah, but when you look at the American League average, the American League average hitter bats .186 with 2 strikes. Cabrera's hitting almost .300. You get 2 strikes, he's got you right where he wants you.
He's right inside your head. That's why. Last year on this date, you know, he ended up leading the league in hitting. He was hitting only .304 last year. Now he's at .387 starting tonight.
Getting better and better. Luke Scott's behind 0-2. Loney at first with a short lead. Scott went too far. He strikes out.
The 2013 Honda CR-V, an IIHS top safety pick. Honda is the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
(4-1) Tampa Bay leads. Kelly Johnson with a good cut. Johnson has homered and struck out. His average a very respectable 276. He has now driven in 17 runs in the month of May. It's his second most productive month in his big league career.
This is a home run. Another one, his 8th of the season, breaking ball. And when you allow him to extend and don't get the ball up above his hands, he can hit the ball a long way. That time to center field. We've seen him hit balls out to left field also.
He just covered that outside pitch and fouls it down the third baseline. This has been a good spot for Johnson in Tampa Bay as he fits right into that mold of versatility. Can play second base or can play left field. Hit the ball on the ground. Kawasaki, Bonifacio, another double play. That's 3 double plays tonight turned by the middle infield. That work with Robbie Alomar is paying off. Esmail Rogers will go to the bottom of the 6th. The Blue Jays trail by 3. Tuesday, July 16th at Citi Field in Flushing, New York. Help make Jose Bautista, J.P. Arencibia, and Edwin Encarnacion starters for the American League. Fans are allowed to vote a maximum of 25 times per email address. Vote early, vote often, vote Blue Jays at BlueJays.com. Robbie Alomar, a 12-time All-Star, saluting the infielders after they have turned a season-high 3 double plays here tonight. Alomar knows what it's all about to go to an All-Star game. And he has got to be pleased with the work he's seen from his middle infielders tonight. There's the ballot, and you can fill it out at the ballpark. You can go online to vote for your Blue Jays. But the All-Star game just around the corner, July 16th in New York.
Be here before you know it, and there's already some guys who are having great first halves.
We talked about Miguel Cabrera having a great first half for the Tigers. He has never been voted to start an All-Star game. That is hard to fathom. He has always been behind somebody that's very popular on a good team, something like that. Remember, he started with the Marlins as an outfielder, and then he started third base, and he's always finished behind the leaders at his respective position.
He was at first base for a long time.
First base is a tough place to win a vote.
Yes. To get into the All-Star game, especially if you're behind someone like a Mark Teixeira in New York, where those fans really stuff the ballot boxes for those players.
Oh, come on, they don't do that.
Okay, the internet. They stuff the internet.
But Cabrera has started an All-Star game, but he was not voted the starter. Justin Morneau was voted to start at first base, and he was unable to start because of an injury. Miguel Cabrera started that game, but this should be the first time that he is voted to start.
Who's better? Who in the American League is better at third base?
Bouncing ball. Kawasaki grounds out the shortstop. Well, we talk about the competition at third base. It's pretty interesting. Miguel Cabrera, you mentioned his batting average, 387. Evan Longoria, and he's got some national fans. Obviously, Manny Machado, in his first full season at third base, is tearing it up. This guy's been an all-star, two-time Gold Glover, having maybe his best season to date.
Yeah, doing it all. Joe Madden says offensively, defensively, he's never seen him better. Also, Adrian Beltre in Texas is third baseman, is having a good year.
Melky Cabrera fouls it out of play. It's a ball in the stump. You look around and you mentioned Cruz, Beltre down in Texas is having a good season, and of course they're near the top of their division. That's always got a lot to do with it, how many fans you have at the ballpark. Say 4-1 ball game. Blue Jays need to get a couple of base runners. Get somebody on and see if they can't put Cobb in a tough spot. Boy, that pitch was up and away. Cabrera really surprised by that being called a strike.
Staying away from Melky Cabrera. He has hit everything on the inner half the last couple of weeks hard. Everything.
He wasn't going to take a chance with 2 strikes.
No, too close.
Alex Cobb has held the Blue Jays to 1 run on 2 hits. Colby Rasmus had a 2-out home run in the 5th. That counted for the only Blue Jays run. Melky Cabrera got off to a slow start with his new team, but he has picked it up dramatically in the month of May. A .362 average for Cabrera. It's not really that much of a surprise if you look back to last year with the Giants. Melky Cabrera had a record-breaking month of May. He had 51 hits in May of 2012. He's going to have to wait another at bat for another hit. Escobar throws him out.
Well, he's not getting himself out right now. He's swinging at strikes, and something as simple as that, swinging at strikes, can really help you get that batting average up.
Last May, Cabrera hit .429 for the Giants. But now there are 2 outs. Jose Bautista has grounded out and walked. The Rays continue to play Bautista on the infield with that dramatic shift. 3 infielders on the third base side of second.
Why not? He's got one of the best ground ball percentages in baseball. And if Jose is going to hit the ball on the ground, the percentages say he's going to pull it on the ground. So you put those 3 infielders over there.
There's a ground ball past Escobar into left. Hit so hard it beats the shift. So Bautista collects the 3rd Blue Jays hit of the game. That top spin spun right over the glove of Escobar.
Just ate him up too. Looked like a changeup from Cobb, and that ball just eats up Escobar for a base hit.
Edwin Encarnacion has hit the ball hard twice tonight. Lately, everything he's swung at's been a line drive somewhere.
And he has yanked it to left field. Just on everything.
Blue Jays having a good look at Cobb. 3rd time through the batting order.
Came up with a huge hit last night. Encarnacion, a double that cleared the bases. Chance to do it again.
Blue Jays first time through the order went after that changeup. Now they're picking it up quickly out of Cobb's hands and they're laying off. It's 2-0. Got to make him throw a strike.
Yep. Make him come to you. I don't know if he's going to challenge him. He might.
Look out in the seats. That went about 8 rows deep. And now there's a mad scramble going on for the souvenir. Everybody appears to be okay. And that fan's got a souvenir. This bat helicopters into the seats.
Great distance on that one. And he really yanks it right over the dugout. Cobb took a little something off his fastball. I don't think that was a straight changeup right there, but I think he just took something off of his fastball. It registered 86 miles an hour on the radar.
Another hard hit ball by Encarnacion. This one foul. Yeah, I think Cobb has learned how to just back off, not a full-blown changeup, but just a little bit of a sinking fastball just to create a little more sink.
You know, I've talked to pitchers before, Jack Morris being one of them, and that was one of the pitches that he was beautiful at. Just take a little something off that BP fastball and they'd yank it foul. And he'd get a lot of joy out of that.
Encarnacion lays off that pitch. C.B. Buckner down at first. There's no swing. Full count, 2 outs. Bautista now will have a bigger lead as Loney backs up behind him at first. He'll be running on the pitch. 4-1 Tampa Bay. There goes Bautista. Ball 4. Encarnacion walks. And that'll bring Adam Lind to the plate, representing the tying run. Well, it's one thing the Blue Jays have done much better of late. Passing the baton, not trying to force the issue. If you don't get a pitch to hit, take the walk.
Yeah, every hitter up and down the lineup seems to be a little bit more comfortable now in the month of May. And they're putting together good at-bats. Alex Cobb was very careful with Bautista and Encarnacion.
Look at Jim Hickey, the pitching coach. His conversation was directed to the catcher. And now he's talking to Cobb about executing pitches, but just a reminder of Lind, what his strengths are, and then focus to the execution for the pitcher.
Adam Lind is locked in right now too, so this is a big at-bat for both the Blue Jays and the Rays. So I think it's a good matchup for Adam. This type of pitcher right here, low ball type of pitcher. We talked about how The balls in the strike zone have been the highest in his career, that low ball, and Lynn's a low ball hitter.
It's always an interesting matchup, strength against strength. Cobb's strength is down. Lynn's strength as a hitter also bottom part of that strike zone. Bautista with a single. He's at second. Encarnacion walked. He's at first. Lind has had a good eye. You can see halfway through that swing, he decided that's not a good pitch and tried to hold up.
Yep, fastball away. He was hoping for that, and he got crossed up. Threw him a changeup.
Bouncing ball foul. Cobb basically has made one mistake today. That was to Rasmus in the fifth. He left the changeup up out over the plate, and Colby hit it into the seats.
You got to figure at some point he throws his his curveball a lot. You got to figure it's coming at some point here.
The only reason I might stay away from the curveball is that's probably the pitch that you're most likely to make a mistake with. He's controlled his fastball well. He's controlled his changeup well. And I agree with you. It's a great pitch for him, but there's always that chance he could hang it.
He throws it the most in the American League, so he throws it a lot. I figure he's got a lot of confidence in it, and he didn't show it to Lind at all at the beginning part of that at bat.
Change up. Escobar knocks it down, gets to his feet in time at first. What a play by Escobar. He saves a run and ends the inning. He was shaded up the middle. He gloved it, got to his feet, and gets Cobb out of a tough situation. Escobar right behind the pitcher, gloves it, and then uses that strong arm to throw Lind out. Last night at Dunedin in the Florida State League, Josh Johnson made the start, went 3 innings, allowed 3 hits, an earned run, didn't walk a batter, and had 5 strikeouts. And what do you take out of this Johnson start?
Well, it's almost like spring training. He's got to build it up again. He's had 3 innings. I don't look at the strikeouts or the hits or any of that kind of stuff. That doesn't mean anything for me. I wanted to know what his velocity was, and I want to see how many pitches he threw. He's going to just have to build up. John Gibbons says it's going to be at least 3 starts for Josh Johnson before he's ready to face big league hitters.
You would think it'd be that at least, just to build him back up, and it's a process. Once you miss as much time as Johnson has missed, you just can't rush him back.
Yeah, half of the time is getting the injury healed. The other half of the time that he misses is building it back up to where he was. So 10 days, maybe 2 more weeks, and we'll probably see him back here in Toronto.
Esmil Rogers in his 3rd inning of relief. He's allowed a couple of singles, but they have both been erased by ground ball double plays. The catcher, Jose Lobaton, has walked and grounded out. Leadoff walk here in the 7th. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Bit of a shot of downtown Toronto with CN Tower in the background. John Gibbons can't be pleased with the leadoff walk to the number 8 hitter here in the 7th. Steve Delabar, the hard-throwing right-hander, loosening up. It shouldn't take him long to get ready. No. Good job by Aaron Sevilla going down and smothering that ball in the dirt. Blue Jays have turned a season-high 3 double plays.
Rogers with a pitch in the dirt, and Aaron Sevilla blocks it with any part of his body. Time kept the elbows close to the chest to smother it. Those 3 double plays, I wonder if the runner starts at some point here.
Bonifacio Kawasaki back to first, and not in time. Escobar was going to beat that as the ball wasn't hit that sharply. Bonifacio had to wait for it at second, and Escobar got down the line to beat the throw.
That ball had a lot of English on it also. Bonifacio does a good job of taking care of that inside out swing, and it comes off and he just caresses it against his chest. And because the ball was not hit that hard, good job by Bonifacio. Kawasaki, but it wasn't hit hard enough to turn it.
And Blue Jays keep the double play in order. Desmond Jennings, the leadoff man. He'll be a tough guy to double up. He can run well, even though he's hitting from the right side. Pete Walker checking on the status of Steve Delabar. Pat Henkin making sure he's ready.
Boy, they'd really like to squeeze one more inning out of Esmil Rogers right here. His career high is 5 innings. That was against San Diego back in 2011. This is his 3rd inning of work tonight. He's only thrown 30 pitches.
Yeah, double plays have really helped him, so you wouldn't think the pitch count would be alarming. Two 2-0, we're in the 7th. Blue Jays trail by 3. Two and 1. Here's why I expect they might start the runner. Got a left-handed bat on deck in Matt Joyce, or he's got an opportunity to make something happen.
Start the runner, even if he hits the ball on the ground, you got him in scoring position.
Not running, and it's fouled off at the plate.
Yeah, then you have a decision. As Roberts has come out on deck to pinch hit.
Kind of a curious move.
Injury. Something that must have happened.
Two and 2. On the ground, could be 2. Kawasaki, Bonifacio back to first. It is. 4 double plays turned by the Blue Jays tonight that has kept them in the game. Kawasaki and Bonifacio making good use of that Alomar instruction. 4 DPs. It's still a 3-run game. Blue Jays game this season on Sportsnet live on your smartphone. Visit RogersAnyPlaceTV.com/sports to get started. A couple of defensive changes here. Ryan Roberts, we mentioned he was on deck, and he comes in to play second base, but he's taking the spot of the right fielder. Ben Zobrist, who started second, moves out to take over for Matt Joyce in right field, and this is the reason Joyce has left the game.
Yeah, he looks fine coming out of the box, coming down the line, and right before he gets to first base, you see him grimace just a little bit, kind of hop and skip there like something happened in his lower leg area. So he is out of the ball game, and that Ray team that can mix and match with the best of them. They got so many interchangeable parts. Roberts is in, and Zobrist moves to right field.
Joe Madden looks like he may have just checked in with Matt Joyce to see what the status of Joyce is, but you're right, they've got a lot of interchangeable parts, and now he's going to make the notes on this matchup sheet. Aaron Sebia will try to get something started. Well, the defense has played very well tonight for the Blue Jays and have been able to keep them in the game.
Yeah, and it starts on the mound. Bullpen has done a good job. First Loop, and now Rogers.
Well, I think John Gibbons made a wise choice to pull the plug on Ramon Ortiz early. It just didn't look like he was going to fool too many guys. He gave up a couple of home runs early.
Yeah, the Tampa Bay Ray hitters look way too comfortable tonight.
Yeah, a couple of home runs, and Ortiz is charged with 4 runs on 6 hits, and John Gibbons just sensed, you know what, let's see if we can't keep this ball game close, and he's done that.
Give him a chance. You got to get something started here. Jays have not gotten their leadoff batter on all night long.
3-1. Force Cobb to throw another strike. Loria is on deck. Aaron Sebia, Loria, and then Colby Rasmus. Rasmus has already homered tonight. Number 7 for Rasmus. It came in the 5th inning with 2 outs, and it was a no-doubter. Double barrel action for Tampa Bay. The right-hander is big Josh Lukey. The lefty is Jake McGee, and he was throwing little tiny baseballs last night on about 97.
Aspirins last night. We saw both of those pitchers in last night's game.
Milky had problems with his control. Arencibia strikes out. Good changeup from Alex Cobb. It's only the second strikeout tonight. He got Arencibia twice. He's been picking up a lot of ground ball outs. He got 13 ground ball outs tonight.
He'll throw it anytime. And he's got that great arm action. You got a quick peek inside the glove of Alex Cobb there, how he holds that changeup and gets that side spin on the ball. Really throws off the timing of those hitters.
Brett Lawrie. There's that curveball that Cobb lost. Boy, Alex Cobb, you talk about consistency. He's averaged 6 2/3 innings per start since last May 19th. I mean, that's automatic. Send him to the mound. You almost bank on getting 7 innings from him. And that's what a manager wants, 21 outs.
And he gets stronger and stronger as the game goes along.
Brett Lawrie, good play by Longoria, and it's in the dirt off the glove. And Lawrie, he's going to go to second base. That ball bounces out of play, so Longoria will pick up just his 4th error of the season. He made a nice grab of that hot shot. Loney over at first trying to dig it out of the dirt, but couldn't make a play.
Yeah, upset with himself. He's a Gold Glover. He's got time. He sets his feet, and then the ball just dies on him as it goes over to first base. Loney is very good over there on the other end. He just can't come up with it. Look at that ball just die right at the end. Loney can't dig it out. And fortunately for the Blue Jays, this ball bounces then into the stands, so that's going to get Lawrie over to second base and Cobb out of the game.
So the left-hander will come out in relief of Cobb. It's Jake McGee. He retired the side in order last night. He'll face Colby Rasmus when we come back. Hockey Playoff Central Extra. When you think about hockey, think about Hockey Central Playoff Extra. 5 p.m. Eastern Time on The Score. That'll get you set for all the great Stanley Cup playoff action each night. Big left-hander Jake McGee comes in the ball game. McGee had a perfect 6th inning in last night's game. Struck out Lynn, struck out Lawrie, and got Colby Rasmus to ground out the first.
Got off to a really rough start this year. That's why you see those inflated numbers by McGee. But he seems to have turned the corner. 5 straight scoreless appearances now for Jake McGee. The fastball is back. Joe Maddon doesn't want to have him mess around. Just use that fastball.
Colby Rasmus with Brett Lawrie at second. There's that fastball right on the corner. Rasmus has good numbers against Jake McGee. He's 3 for 5 with a home run. He's behind 0-2, 97. Boy, he's made 2 perfect pitches on him.
And Colby Rasmus has to say, okay, you know, couldn't do anything with those 2 pitches. Now make yourself a mistake right here.
Colby's been the best clutch hitter the Blue Jays have had all season, a .324 average with a chance to drive in a run. Boy, this is a pretty potent weapon coming out of the bullpen. Joe Madden, I thought, used him perfectly last night in the 6th inning when he had Lynn, Laurie, and Rasmus. 2 out of the 3 batters were lefty.
There are not a lot of hard throwing lefties coming out of bullpens around baseball. So it's nice to have a guy like this who can get strikeouts.
Well, I know there's 2 fewer this year than there were last year. Johnny Venters and Eric O'Flaherty, 2 hard-throwing lefters, have both been shut down by elbow injuries. They're going to have Tommy John surgery.
Big blow to the Braves, who the Blue Jays will see next week out of their bullpen.
Rasmus hits it high and toward foul ground. Longoria with a long run on the warning track makes the catch. 2 down.
The 2013 Honda CR-V, an IIHS top safety pick. Honda is the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
So the Blue Jays will send up a pinch hitter with 2 outs and a man at second. Emilio Bonifacio was the scheduled batter. Mark DeRosa will come off the bench. DeRosa, as a pinch hitter, has gone 2 for 6 with a homer and 4 driven in.
And you remember who that home run was against? Jake McGee.
Down the right field line on an 0-2 pitch.
0-2 pitch up and away in Tampa. T-Row knows what he's going to be getting from Jake McGee. Look for that number 1.
Take us through that at bat against McGee.
Well, I talked to DeRosa the next day, and he said he knew he was going to get fastballs. So he said, I'm going to take a look at the first one and just judge and get an idea how fast he was throwing. For strike 1. Strike 2, he said, okay, I'm going to let this one go, and swung hard. And then fell behind 0-2, and he said, okay, now I'm going to choke up and I'm going to cut off the left side of the field. I'm going to shoot the ball to right field. And he did. Shortened his swing up, choked up a little bit against Jake McGee, and hit a home run down the right field line.
Just inside the foul pole.
That's a veteran at bat right there. That type of thinking and that process, as you put that through your mind standing up at the plate, that's what you have to do.
Well, when you have the experience of DeRosa, you know that you only need 1 pitch to hit. I mean, a lot of kids come off the bench thinking, I'm going to hit everything he throws me. DeRosa's thinking, I just want 1 pitch to hit. Give me an idea of what I'm dealing with. Ball on the strike. Laurie at second. 2 outs. So now he's got to go back into that, cut the field in half and just play pepper.
Yeah, maybe choke up a little bit and shorten your swing. Just make sure you catch that ball out in front.
Jake McGee, just 26 years old. Last year was his first full season with the Rays. He had 73 strikeouts, just 11 walks. Jim Hickey talks about McGee. He says, you know what a dominant pitch is when the hitter knows and everybody else in the ballpark knows that he's coming at you with a fastball and you can't do anything with it. That's a dominant pitch, and that's the fastball that Jake McGee features.
Here's that home run that we were just talking about down in Tampa. Remember, it's 0-2, fastball away, and DeRosa hits it in the only spot that he could hit it for a home run down the right field line where it cuts off. And that fueled the Blue Jays' comeback in that game against the Rays.
Right now, he just needs to keep the inning alive. It's a full count with 2 outs. Stays alive. He fouls it down the left side. This is where the Jays really are at a disadvantage. Even if DeRosa gets on, then you see Kawasaki is on deck. They've got a switch hitter in Myceris Torres. Gose is a left-handed bat. Henry Blanco. I don't think John Gibbons would feel like he would be a guy he'd want to use as a pinch hitter. DeRosa, another full count pitch. He strikes out. Jake McGee comes out of the bullpen and gets Rasmus to pop out, and then he strikes out Mark DeRosa. Steve Delabar into the game. Bacardi Oakheart Smooth Spiced Rum. Bacardi is a proud partner of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Well, they have looked very good on the infield, turning double plays. They were out here practicing at last homestand, and it pays off. Good turn by Bonifacio, clears those hips, gets that shoulder out of the way. And you know, Robbie Alomar, he's a smooth mover. Likes it.
Alomar has been working with Kawasaki and Bonifacio, and tonight they turn a season-high 4 double plays. Steve Delabar into the game. Ryan Roberts, his first at bat, goes after the first pitch, and he lines out to center.
Steve Delabar into the game for the 20th time, and it's been a great start to his season. 3-1 with a 196 earned run average. He has used his fastball very effectively and still has that great split finger fastball. 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, which is excellent coming out of the bullpen.
Ben Zobrist, well, bat. He goes after the first pitch and hits it high and deep to center. Rasmus back, breaking it down right in front of the wall, and he gets it. Zobrist just missed it, but it's 2 outs quickly for Delabar.
First pitch, fastball. If it stays in the ballpark, chances are Colby Rasmus is going to run it down.
He has really played well in center field all season long. We've just been informed that Matt Joyce, the starting right fielder for Tampa Bay, left the ball game with right hamstring tightness. Evan Longoria, 2 for 3 tonight. Seems like he gets 2 hits every time he sees the Blue Jays. Good fastball. Delabar is gaining more confidence in his fastball. He's got a good fastball, but when you think about it, he's a relative newcomer to the major leagues. When you look at his experience, he missed all that time with the injury. That's the way you handle Longoria. Throw him 3 hard fastballs and strike him out. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. The Blue Jays trail by 3. Now it's time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Blackberry Broadcast Studio. Summer Safety Day. It's presented by Allstate. Tuesday, May 28th, when the Blue Jays take on the Atlanta Braves. The game starts at 12:37 p.m. The first 25,000 fans in the Rogers Center will receive a Blue Jays team baseball card set. Call the Blue Jays directly at 416-341-1234. You can always log on to BlueJays.com to order your Jays tickets or stop by most Rogers Plus locations. New pitcher for the Rays will be Joe Peralta, the 8th inning pitcher.
He is their setup man in front of Fernando Rodney, and he's 0-2 with a 174 earned run average in those 22 games, though he has only allowed a hit over his last 6 appearances, retiring all 13 batters. Fastball, breaking ball, a little bit of a splitter. Doesn't throw hard, but he's very smart out there.
New left fielder is Sam Fuld, who takes over for Kelly Johnson. Fuld is a very good outfielder, and he comes on defensively. I got a question for you. Why wouldn't you stick with Jake McGee to start the inning? Kawasaki, the left-handed hitter.
I don't think at this point it's about matchups for Joe Maddon. I think it's about your job is the setup man, the 8th inning man, so I want you to start a clean inning.
So Kawasaki will try to get something going. He's grounded out twice tonight.
I think managers get hung up on matchups at some point.
Watch it how you talk about managers now.
Did you used to do that?
Yeah, easy.
I think if you've got an 8th inning guy and you are confident in what he can do, that's your job. You let him start the inning.
Yeah, and most managers feel too that if you can give your reliever a clean inning to start with, you're better off. So McGee is out. Maddon and Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, talking about where they're at. Bullpen is quiet as we speak for Tampa Bay. Ball on the strike. Kawasaki, we mentioned he's gone 0 for 2, his average at 227. Remember when the Blue Jays first got Kawasaki, he was thought to be a short-term solution. He's played well. He has not been Jose Reyes by any stretch of the imagination, nor should anybody expect him to be. How about that? He does his job. He starts the inning off with a single. Leadoff single here in the 8th. Alex Cobb started the game for the Rays. He gave him a good outing, 6 1/3, just 3 hits for the Blue Jays. 1 home run, that was Colby Rasmus. That's the only earned run he's allowed. A couple of walks, a couple of strikeouts on 106 pitches.
Right about where he is averaged this year. You were just saying 6 2/3 innings. That's book it. And then Alex Cobb is out there. He missed it by 1 because of that error. 6 1/3, very good innings.
Well, the Blue Jays will have one last chance to get back in it through the top part of their order. Melky Cabrera has grounded out 3 times tonight. Kawasaki's at first. Lays off that first pitch. Melky Cabrera, he has 5 at-bats against Peralta. He's 2 for 5. Not a whole lot of experience against Peralta. Out in front of that off-speed pitch.
Peralta does it with smarts and pitching. Doesn't wow you on the radar gun, but he's very smart, and he'll use that split in big situations. It's his out pitch. He's got great control, and he will challenge hitters.
Peralta's 37 years old. He's bounced around. This is his 8th major league season. 8th inning in 64 of his 76 appearances a year ago. And he completed the 8th inning in 33 of Fernando Rodney's 48 saves. So it was a good formula for Joe Madden to put Peralta in the 8th and back it up with Fernando Rodney.
Yeah, a great combination last year because they're 2 different styles of pitching.
Melky Cabrera late on that pitch, and there's Rodney. Blue Jays have already put a blown save on Rodney this year, that J.P. Arancibia home run, and you can see him talking about getting Cabrera to chase that high fastball possibly.
He hasn't been. Teams have tried to go up there, but Melky's been very patient lately on that high fastball.
Full count, nobody out. Bautista on deck. Kawasaki got it started with a single to center. They're doing a good job of hanging tough against Peralta. You can see how they're trying to finish off this at bat upstairs.
Kawasaki will always do this, the fake break. He'll just take a couple of steps in play. The Rays threw behind him the last time they saw him down in St. Petersburg. They had almost picked him off at first base. That's just to see if somebody in the middle infield will move, take a step or 2 towards the bag.
Might get him out of position if they react to Kawasaki's fake break. Another full count pitch.
He's going!
And he walks Peralta with a pivotal walk to Cabrera, and that'll bring Bautista to the plate representing the tying run.
Well, when you fall behind a team like the Tampa Bay Rays, all you can ask for is a chance. Yeah, giving up the 2-strike hit to Kawasaki and now walking Cabrera, Blue Jays have their best chance of the night right here.
Yeah, and this is why the 3 guys have been bunched top of the order late in the ball game. And we mentioned you have one more chance. The bullpen for Tampa Bay is still quiet. Edwin Encarnacion has hit the ball hard twice tonight. He's got a single. He also walked. He lined out to left in the 4th. Peralta having a conversation with himself. Nobody out. Bautista looking for something on the inner half.
Something where he can get that barrel out and try and tie this game up with one swing. And he's done a much better job of being patient when teams have tried to get him to chase on that ball just off the plate.
Oh, you ain't got it.
Breaking ball started off the plate and cut the inside corner.
That one just frozen. They wanted the ball down and away, and it backed up on Peralta. Jose Bautista is right on top of home plate. He is almost challenging Peralta to throw the ball inside. Look at that front foot is right on the chalk line of the batter's box.
Bautista's got tremendous confidence in Edwin Encarnacion behind him. Edwin has developed into one of the great run producers in the American League. So Jose doesn't feel like he has to expand his strike zone to make something happen.
Take your walks, get another guy on, get the winning run to the plate for a pretty good RBI guy.
2 balls and a strike, nobody out. Popped him up behind home plate. Lobaton back, and it's well out of play over the screen. Peralta's unpredictable.
That time in a fastball count, he took a little something off. Might have been a split. And he got Jose way out in front. It's a good call right here by Lobaton to go out there to talk to his pitcher. Probably going to tell him, hey, I'm not going to put a sign down. We don't want to take a chance of Kawasaki flashing something to the hitter. Just going to verbally tell you what it is, and it's exactly what he did.
No sign, 2-2. Peralta. Now it'll be interesting. Now he wants a sign. Changed his mind.
He forgot what he told him.
Give me a sign. I don't care if they relay location. Let's see if they go through the set of signs again. Nope. He just wanted a break. Bautista with a good cut fouls it over the Rays dugout. There's the closer, Fernando Rodney. Joe Madden tried to get a 5-out save from Rodney the last time these 2 clubs met, and it didn't work. It backfired. Kawasaki started things off with a single to center. Cabrera followed that up with a walk. Jose Bautista still nobody out. Encarnacion on deck. Joel Peralta. Base hit, right field. Zobrist over. They're waving Kawasaki around. He'll score, and it's a 2-run game.
the overshift. Backfires again on Tampa Bay Rays. Fastball away. Jose blisters it into right field. That's right at the second baseman was playing in their normal spot. You see Peralta, how upset he was. Kawasaki, there's no second baseman there. You can score without a throw easily. Kawasaki got it all started with a great at-bat off of splitter. A two-strike base hit set this whole inning up, I think, for the Blue Jays.
Nobody out. Strike one to Edwin Encarnacion. Edwin had a pivotal hit in yesterday's game, a 3-run, 2-out double in the 7th. That broke the 3-3 tie. Edwin Encarnacion has developed into a premier run producer. You look at the home run leaders in the American League, Cano and Davis with 13, Encarnacion, Reynolds, and Miguel Cabrera all with 12.
All by having good at-bats. He's a very smart hitter. And he's able to stay within himself. Goes up to the plate with a plan, and he sticks with it.
He had big plans for that pitch.
Like a 3-run Jimmy John to right field. Ball was just a little bit away from him where he had to reach for it. Watch where this pitch is and how he has to reach just a little bit and foul it off. His two-strike approach has probably been the best on the team over the last couple of years. They make mistakes, and Edwin has stayed on that ball and come up with some big two-strike hits.
1-2. He stays alive, got a piece of that pitch. Last year, Edwin hit 21 two-strike home runs. He cuts his swing down. He is so strong and so powerful, he doesn't have to use that home run swing. But he has the ability to knock the ball out of the ballpark. Casey Jansen loosening up. Blue Jays with a chance to tie, even take the lead here in the 8th. Jays have just 5 hits. The Rays have out-hit them 9-5. Blue Jays came back against the Rays from a 7-0 deficit in St. Petersburg. They fell behind 4-0 in this ball game. And everybody in both dugouts a little anxious right now.
The bullpen for the Rays last year was locked down. Hasn't been that way this year.
Another 1-2 pitch. Got him. Encarnacion strikes out. Off-speed pitch with 2 strikes. That's the first out of the inning.
That is rare from Encarnacion with 2 strikes. Looked like a splitter. And a little bit too anxious to go after that one.
So Jim Hickey with Adam Lind, the batter, again comes out to the mound. They did this last time Lind was up, just to make sure they have their heads together on how they approach it. You can see he's talking to Peralta and to the catcher, Jose Lobaton. about how they want to attack.
And Lim was robbed last time. Robbed by the shortstop, Escobar, who was playing right up the middle. The ball was actually hit to the glove side of the right-handed pitcher over the mound, and it was on the first base side of second base, and Escobar robbed him of a hit. Would have been a run. There's the defensive alignment now with a couple of runners on.
Lynn has grounded out twice and flied out. Ground ball. Roberts backhands, drops it, and all hands are safe. Ryan Roberts came into the game as a defensive replacement in the seventh. Had a tailor-made double play ball. Got in a rush to go to the bag at second and dropped the ball.
We have seen teams come in here on the turf and get a little bit ahead of themselves. This is the other team that plays on turf, so I'm a little surprised that he tried to go too quickly. Plenty of time to catch, flip, and let Escobar do the rest of it. Tries to shovel it over to Escobar to get at least one out at second base right there. That was the mistake. Dropped it. And good hustle by Bautista to beat that one out.
So Roberts commits his third error of the season. That forces Peralta out of the game. Tampa Bay going to the closer. Another 5-out save opportunity. Is the closer, Fernando Rodney, and he is 8 for 11. One of those blown saves was against the Blue Jays when he tried to record a 5-out save. That's what he's facing here tonight.
And that guy that beat him was JP Arencibia. It was the first night in for the Blue Jays. Fastball on the inner half, and he rips it to left field against Rodney. That was the game where they came all the way back from a 7-0 deficit later in the series. 3 nights later, Rodney goes up and in against Arencibia, hits him right on the hand, a game that will go to extra innings, in a game that the Blue Jays would lose 5-4. And I talked to JP after that, and I asked him about that at bat, and he says, I knew he was coming inside. Rodney likes to use his fastball against me on the inner half. See if he does it again here.
Bases are loaded. 1 out. Blue Jays trail by 2. First pitch swinging. Roberts gets a second chance. Escobar, double play. So Ryan Roberts got exactly what he was hoping for. Rodney comes out of the bullpen. One pitch gets the double play, and Roberts, who committed the error, gets a second chance and makes the most of it. He starts a 4-6-3 double play, and the Blue Jays can't score with bases loaded. Little League Canada, Winnipeg, Manitoba, July 3rd, 4th, and 5th at Shaw Park. The instructors will include Candy Maldonado, Brian McRae, Jesse Barfield, and Dwayne Ward. Visit BlueJays.com/Baseball Academy for more information. The Toronto Blue Jays are proud supporters of amateur baseball across Canada. Quite a ball game going on here at Rogers Center. Joel Peralta very appreciative of the job that Fernando Rodney did. One pitch and he ends the inning with a double play.
And those were his runs right there. And he saved his runs. Good job by Rodney to get out of the 8th. And now Brett Cecil in for the 21st time. And it's been a great year for Cecil. Lefty's hitting just $130 against him. Much better fastball, more confidence. He's throwing harder.
He jumps ahead of James Loney with a first pitch strike.
And you've got these lefties coming up for the Tampa Bay Rays. He's trying to keep it a 2-run game. Good job by the bullpen so far tonight, picking up Ramon Ortiz. Luke, Rogers, Delabar, and now Cecil has thrown up a 0 since the 3rd inning.
Oh, and 2. Just missed with that breaking ball. Brett Cecil is a different pitcher pitching out of the bullpen. He's pitching with a lot of confidence and he's utilizing that fastball. He's got a little extra zip on his fastball since he understands more than likely it's going to be a 1-inning effort.
So you can come in with a little bit more intensity and give it all you got for the 3 hitters that you might face. And his plan has become a little bit simpler. Just attack those hitters. And that's what he's done this year. He has come right after them.
Missed with that breaking ball. It's 2-2 to James Loney, leadoff man here in the 9th. Jose Bautista with an RBI single. They closed ground on Tampa Bay, but still trail by 2. Loney, a base hit. Boy, he can hit. He fell behind and ends up with a leadoff single. Now for a preview of what's coming up on Connected, here's Ken Reed and Ivanka Osmak. Luke Scott, the DH, has driven in a pair of runs tonight. He had a ground out RBI in the second inning and an RBI single in the third. Ducks back from a high fastball. Tampa Bay has out-hit the Blue Jays 10-5. They scored 2 in the second, 2 in the third. The Blue Jays bullpen has done a heck of a job tonight, keeping the Jays within striking distance. Loop, Rogers, Delabar, and now Cecil.
3, 4, 5 2/3 coming into this inning, shutting out the Rays, the highest scoring team over the last month or so
in the majors, and they have been on a roll. Friday night in Baltimore, they scored a season high 12 runs. This is popped up into center. Tagging at first is Loney, and Rasmus stops him. And now the ball bounces away, but right back to Encarnacion. That was kind of interesting. The deflection went right to first base, and Loney had to scamper back quickly. See Mark DeRosa into the game. He came into the game in the 7th as a pinch hitter and struck out against Jake McGee. Sam Fuld gets his first at bat. He took over for Kelly Johnson defensively. Fuld entered the game in the 8th inning in left field. Sam Fuld started last night's game in left. He went 0 for 4. Ball on a strike to the left-handed hitting Fuld. Fuld bunts it out in front of the mound. Cecil quickly to first, just in time. Loney moves to second. Good play by Cecil to throw out Fuld.
That's not a bad play right there. You got a mismatch, a lefty Cecil who throws hard and holding lefties a 130 average against a left-handed batter. The worst you come away with that is a runner in scoring position and a shot for Lobaton to drive him in.
They credit Fuld with a sac bunt. Loney moves into scoring position. Kind of a generous piece of scoring. I think he was bunting for a base hit, but that's academic. It's 2 outs now. The catcher, Jose Lobaton. He's a better hitter from the right side than he is as a lefty. Hitting just .208 against right-handed pitching. .308 against lefties. Good changeup from Cecil. It's a ball on a strike.
Yeah, because he's got that starter's background, Brett Cecil's got all the pitches. Changeup. He'll turn his fastball over, cut it at times, and he's got a wicked breaking ball this year. Much harder than what I remember last year.
Yeah, and I think that's directly related to those exercises that has helped him regain his velocity. Because of that, his arm is quicker and a little bit stronger, and he can really snap that curveball off. We're in the top of the 9th inning. Tampa Bay took an early lead against Ramon Ortiz. They scored 2 in the second, 2 in the third. Kelly Johnson hit a solo home run in the second. Desmond Jennings hit a solo home run in the third. John Gibbons made the pitching change with 1 out in the third. And I think that has to do with why it is a 2-run game here tonight. He made a quick decision that Ortiz just wasn't on his game tonight.
You make that decision if you're the manager. You watch the at-bats that the Tampa Bay Ray hitters were having against Ramon Ortiz, and Wasn't fooling him.
Fouled out of play. It's 2-2.
Some pretty good at bats early on. There was a double play to end the first inning. There was a real nice play by Brett Lawrie in the second inning after they scored a couple of runs. And then in the third inning, a home run and a single and another single, and it's the decision of the manager to say, that's it, I got to use my bullpen tonight early.
Well, remember too, the Blue Jays threw out a runner at the plate. Edwin Encarnacion nailed Ben Zobrist at the plate. That saved a run. So the Rays had a lot of momentum against Ortiz early. Brett Cecil and Aaron Sebe having trouble getting their heads together, and they're going to talk about it. Obviously, a big run at second. Tampa Bay already leads by 2. Loney's in scoring position. You look ahead to the bottom of the 9th. Brett Lawrie, Colby Rasmus, and Mark DeRosa, the scheduled batters. Fernando Rodney's already in the game. There's a ball hit to right. Bautista's coming hard, and he makes the catch. Jose Bautista with a good running catch ends the inning. So the Blue Jays will bat in the bottom of the 9th. Brett Lawrie, then Colby Rasmus, who has a homer, and Mark DeRosa. Go to the bottom of the 9th here at Rogers Center. Blue Jays trail Tampa Bay 4-2. Tampa Bay trying to even the series at a game apiece. Jays won the opener yesterday afternoon 7-5. Tomorrow's game, remember, will be a 4:30 start tomorrow here in the series finale. Afternoon start. Mark Buehrle will go to the mound. He'll be opposed by Jeremy Hellickson, the young right-hander of Tampa Bay. The Blue Jays down by 2, facing the closer, Fernando Rodney, who came in to get the one-pitch double play off the bat of J.P. Arencibia to end the 8th inning. Blue Jays had the bases loaded.
Fastball changeup, that's what you're going to get from Rodney. This year, he's been spraying his fastball a little bit more than he did last year. Last year was a phenomenal season for Rodney. 50 saves. He only blew 2 saves all season long. And that's what he has had a problem with, commanding that fastball.
Yeah, that's one thing he did so well last year. And Jim Hickey encouraged him going back to spring training 2012. Said, man, you got a great fastball. Throw it for strikes.
Might have been ball 2 right there. What I mean by spraying the fastball, it just hasn't been able to get it down in the strike zone. It's been up and away, down and away. He just hasn't been able to put it where he needs to. And when you have the respect, there's another one. When you have the respect for that fastball, it makes that changeup so much more devastating.
Well, he has that great fastball, but right here, this one up and in, Laurie's got to bail out in a hurry. Got to get a strike. Two and two. Brett Lawrie, then Colby Rasmus. Blue Jays have hit him hard throughout his career. Quite a turnaround for Fernando Rodney, and it's hard to criticize him given the year he had last year.
Yeah, look at that. ERA 0.60, a whip of under 1, 5-to-1 walk to strikeout ratio. He was automatic last year.
Brett Lawrie out in front of that pitch, but pulls it foul.
This year a different story. 3 blown saves already this year for Rodney. He only had 2 all of last year.
48 for 50 in save opportunities.
And it's just command. Early in his career, he didn't have the type of command like he had last year. There's never been a question about his stuff.
Quite a battle going on between Rodney and Lawrie, and look where all the pitches are. They want to tie up Brett Lawrie inside. He was able to spoil that one pitch down and away. Two balls and 2 strikes. Rodney wins that battle. Lawrie strikes that one down. The drive of the game brought to you by the 2013 Honda CR-V, an IIHS top safety pick. Honda is the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Tonight's drive of the game is going to go to Colby Rasmus off of Alex Cobb. Pitch up in the strike zone, and great sound from Rasmus as he pounds his 7th home run right off that scoreboard in right field. The Blue Jays back into this game, made it 4-1.
Rasmus goes after the first pitch and lifts it into the seats, foul. There's a drive to the gap in left field, hit high and deep and up the wall, bouncing over the wall for a ground rule double. Colby Rasmus will get the tying run to the plate. His 2nd hit of the night.
Both of them for extra bases. One he pulls to right field. This time he is not going to try and pull. It's a fastball up and away. Colby, he got power the other way. Easy power to left center field for extra bases. And with that hit, the tying run comes to the plate.
And Mark DeRosa was the scheduled batter, but Meiser Estouras, a switch hitter, will bat for DeRosa. DeRosa hit for Bonifacio in the 7th inning and struck out against Jake McGee, the lefty. So Rodney getting some encouragement from his teammates. And just a reminder, hey, you're dealing with a new batter now, Meiser Estouras.
Yeah, and Meiser has been known to pull a fastball up, looking for the first pitch fastball in. Just throws his hands at the ball.
Estouras coming off the bench. Rasmus hits second with a one-out double. There's that changeup. Evens it, counted a ball on a strike.
He's got great separation, does Rodney, from his fastball to his changeup. Everybody says, well, he's got a great changeup because he throws 98, but his changeup's about 85, 86. Great arm speed, can really throw the timing off. Here's another one at 85.
We mentioned Rodney came into a ball game to get a 5-out save on the 6th of May. J.P. Aronsebi hit the 2-run home run against Rodney. Rodney couldn't finish that inning, so he ended up pitching an inning and a third. Jamie Wright came in to close out the 9th inning. On the ground, Roberts waits for it, goes to first, and the Jays are down to their final out.
Blue Jays were down to their final strike in that game that you were just talking about. In fact, the last 2 blown saves by Fernando Rodney, the opponents have been down to the last strike, and he hadn't been able to finish it off.
Last blown save was against the Red Sox in Tampa Bay. Boston scored 3 in the 9th to win it 4-3.
Will Middlebrooks, I think, came up with the big hit there.
Munenori Kawasaki had a big hit in the 8th. The single to start the inning came around to score. Blue Jays tonight have had some opportunities, but they are just 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. That had not been a problem of late. They've been pretty good in the clutch, not so tonight. Kawasaki working Rodney to a 2-0 count.
Yeah, just figure a way to get on any way you can.
That's going to score a run. Rasmus comes in. It's a 1-run game. Rodney threw a wild pitch, falls behind 3-0. Blue Jays aren't dead yet.
Nope. Once again, making it tough on the Tampa Bay Rays. 2-0 pitch. It looked like Kawasaki's taken all the way. And Lobaton can't keep that ball in front of him.
Now he tried to catch it in a situation like that. You got to block it, and it cost the Rays a run, and Kawasaki's aboard again. Jim Hickey didn't even hesitate. Before Kawasaki gets to first, Hickey was out of the dugout to talk to Rodney.
It's a mystery. You got that number 9 hitter. He can't hurt you with a home run. And Rodney can't throw him a strike. 4-pitch walk.
And Kawasaki's never hit a home run.
Yeah. Rally caps are on. The fans here at Rogers Center.
Melky Cabrera. He walked in the 8th inning. He's grounded out 3 times tonight. Takes the first pitch strike.
Melky didn't think so. He thought that was up and away.
And he had a pretty good look at it and felt it was out of the strike zone all the way. Rodney quickly ahead, 0-2. Fastball changeup. And again, the Blue Jays are down to their final strike.
Tampa Bay was one of those teams who really elevated the fastball against Melky Cabrera when they were in Tampa, but he has been able to lay off of it over the last couple of weeks.
Oh man, Cabrera can't believe it. Dale Scott with a delayed call, and Rodney gets credited with a strikeout. That looked like it was 6 inches outside. Cabrera just assumed it was going to be called a ball. But the Rays win it. Rodney is credited with the save. They hang on for a 4-3 win. Take a look at this last pitch.
Boy, that looked way outside.
And Dale Scott, a very late call for strike 3. And watch where this pitch is. But the Blue Jays lose, and they have fallen behind. To give you an idea, there's the pitch effects where that last pitch was to Cabrera. But the Blue Jays lose 4-3. Alex Cobb, the winning pitcher. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Stay tuned. Connected coming right up.